sports.
We are the Fourth. We are St. Louis.
This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball. It's a day game and a beautiful afternoon here at Busch Stadium. The rubber game between the New York Mets and the St. Louis Cardinals. And with the Cardinals Hall of Famer Jim Edmonds, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is here as well. What a matchup for pitching. Noah Syndergaard, Carlos Martinez, a rematch of the opener at Citi Field. Carlos, rough start that day, but since then he's been locked in.
Yeah, he's been lights out since, and this is one of those days you don't want to be a hitter, but take a look here at Carlos Martinez and what he features. The thing you're going to notice the most is when he's on, his arm slot is pretty much the same for all these pitches. You see the two sliders and the changeup, and now you get the velocity at about 96, 97, and then you get the other slider, and then you get the high heat. But we know what he can do if he keeps everything consistent. You're going to see stuff like this right here from that same arm angle, and that's what makes him so effective.
Carlos Martinez going today, the rough opener, but since then he has been terrific. Personally, 2-0. The team record, 4-0. ERA, it's under 1. And the numbers just keep going in the right direction for Carlos Martinez. The Cardinals, a 9-1 win last night. Marcell Ozuna came alive. Does it continue today? We're about to find out. Baseball is coming up. by Steak and Shake. Mix and match any 2 items for just $3. Better burgers, better prices, Steak and Shake. By Sling TV. Live TV you love, only better. And by Toyota. Let's go places. What a matchup here today at Busch Stadium. 2 of the best in all of baseball, and we've got it for you. Carlos Martinez, Thor, Noah Syndergaard, Mets and Cardinals, and it comes your way next. We're at Busch Stadium, home of the Cardinals, and St. Louis has won 9 of 11. And with that, the Cardinals just 1 game back in the Central. Milwaukee has been red hot. They have won 8 straight. It's the Cardinals and Mets on Fox Sports Midwest. And along with the Cardinals, Hall of Famer Jim Edmonds, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is here as well. And what a pitching matchup we have. Carlos Martinez and Noah Syndergaard. Jansen Visconti is the home plate umpire. Adrian Johnson at first, Trip Gibson at second. The crew chief, Brian Gorman, is at third. After today, the Cardinals and Mets, barring postseason play, will not face each other. There's a look at Francisco Pena. Day game after the night game last night. Short turnaround, and Pena is behind the plate. And Yadier Molina will come off the bench today. Carlos Martinez to the mound. A live look at Carlos here at Busch Stadium. You may recall Martinez allowed 5 runs in 4 1/3 against the Mets on opening day. But since then, 27 1/3 innings, and he's allowed just 1 run. And he comes into this start a streak of 18 consecutive scoreless innings. That's the 2nd longest in the major leagues. And he had a streak at one point of 21 1/3, and that was back in 2015. And there's a look at his Hyundai pitch arsenal.
Yeah, you see the sinker slider. It's got 2-seamer fastball, 2-seam fastball, 4-seam fastball. When that's working, and that slider can be devastating. Also with the good breaking ball and changeup too. It's all for him is control and velocity. If he can keep control of his sinker, he's going to have a good day.
Mickey Callaway, first-year manager in his lineup. Brandon Nimmo, Yoenis Cespedes, Asdrubal Cabrera. He's in the top 10, batting .349 in the National League. Jay Bruce had the big game 1 home run. Then Todd Frazier, Adrian Gonzalez, Tomas Nido. The pitcher batting 8th, that's Noah Syndergaard. And Ahmed Rosario, the shortstop, is batting 9th. You've been thinking about this, I know, all night long. Your Toyota keys to the game coming into game 3.
Well, for Carlos, obviously, just got to really go out there and try to battle his own battle, which is beating the Mets offense, not worrying about what Syndergaard is doing and not worrying about trying to throw up a shutout. Just basically go out there and pitch his game. And then I think for the offense, it's one of those days. Back in my day, it was Clemens and Oswalt and Randy Johnson. You got to do whatever it takes to get to the ace. Scratch, claw, bunt, run, take extra bases, run hard, put pressure on the defense. So this day might be one of those days it's going to be hard to get and generate offense. So maybe 1 run wins this game. So you got to do whatever you can to get to that run.
Brandon Nimmo, first start in this series. He's in center field. Conforto and Lagares on the bench, and the first pitch is a ball. He's batting .304 with Conforto out at the beginning of the season. It was Nimmo who was the opening day center fielder for the Mets. 1 ball and 1 strike. Beautiful day, 65 degrees here in St. Louis. No rain in the forecast as we wrap up the homestand this afternoon. And the 1-1 is pulled foul. Last night, a numbers game. Wacha strikes out 8, collected career strikeout number 600. Jed Jerko, first home run of the year, career home run number 100. And John Brebbia pitches the final 3 innings, career save number 1. Thank you very much, John, for those 3 scoreless innings. And now you're heading back to Memphis, and John Gant has been called up. Here's a look at Jed Jerko. He's on the bench today.
He got to take that new baseball souvenir with him that says first major league save. That'll help. He'll be back quickly.
It's your parting gift.
Yeah. It's a rough game sometimes.
For Nimmo, just his 5th start of the year. They thought that Conforto might not be available until late this month, maybe early May, but came back the flourish the end of spring training, showed that he was healthy, put up big numbers, and they pushed the envelope a little bit. So Conforto making those starts, and Nimmo has been coming off the bench. And he is hit by the pitch. That's 7 games in a row now that Martinez has hit a batter. Catches the back foot, and the leadoff man is aboard. And it brings in Cespedes. This year alone already the 6th batter that Martinez has hit. Cespedes has played in 22 games this year. He has struck out a league high 41 times. Only player to strike out this much in so few games. Javi Baez, his rookie year with the Cubs in 2014. Get that sinker and you think about the ground ball and a double play.
Definitely that is on your mind. And that is a way pitchers used to approach the game. I think the strikeouts now are starting to take over, but used to be when you got a guy on first couple pitches to the next hitter were some kind of sinker, little off speed sinker, BP fastball, trying to get somebody to roll over into a ground ball double play.
Runner goes on the 0-1, and it's pulled inside the third base line down into the corner. Nimmo will score. Cespedes to second base, and with that it's 1-0 New York. Pulled it just inside that third base line, and with Nimmo running on the pitch, he scores easily. RBI number 22 for Yoenis Cespedes. Here's Asdrubal Cabrera. 1 for 4 in this series. Started in game 1. Going to pick off, and Cespedes back in safely. First innings a year ago were a concern for Carlos Martinez. His ERA in his starts last year, first inning, was 5.34. Now going into this start today, it was 1.80. Much improved from a season ago. Cabrera, a switch hitter this side of the plate, batting .355.
He's definitely dialed it up this year. The one thing that concerns me is what I'm seeing here right now is what we saw in the past. The body language is a little slow. The follow through is a little slow. The velocity is down in the first inning. Sometimes he has to get some adrenaline from something in order to turn it up a notch. In the past, it's been a run or two, and that's something you can't afford to do on a day like today.
See right there, he's a little bit frustrated. 2 balls and no strikes.
This guy is so good.
Oh,
we
man.
don't realize when we're watching. You see 91, 90, 93. He's so far ahead of everyone physically that he just keeps having to grow a little bit each time he goes out there. And I feel like, you know, these are the days when maybe he's not feeling great and he's just going to try and cruise a little bit. But that's when stuff can catch up to you. And like I said, facing a guy like Syndergaard, you got your hands full.
Here's a 2-1 pitch to Cabrera. And a ground ball to the right side, taken there by Wong. Cespedes advancing to third. And that's the first out. Around the Horn is presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. Ozuna, Pham, Fowler in the outfield. Carpenter, DeYoung, Wong, and Martinez on the infield. Francisco Pena. It's the start behind the plate. Jimmy talked about that. Could be just 1 run, maybe 2 that wins the game. And because of that, here we are in the first inning. Syndergaard going for the Mets, and the Cardinals bringing the infield in.
There's no doubt that this is a pitching game, or at least on paper. And you can even see, I think Carlos did him a little bit of a favor, but hitting the ball to the right side right there just to move the runner over gives him a chance. Got a guy on third now with 1 out. Just the little things make all the difference in the world when you got 2 aces going against each other.
1-0 pitch to Jay Bruce. 2 balls and no strikes.
People don't realize is what that really does for you. And it's great because it's a great team stat. It doesn't do anything for the hitter. Cabrera doesn't really get anything. But what you're also doing is putting the team in a good situation. You're putting Jay Bruce in an amazing situation. Now, all he has to do is hit a lazy fly ball to get no at bat and an RBI. It's really, I mean, you can put a lot of pressure on yourself when you get to 2 strikes if you're Bruce, but man, you're walking up there with no expectations other than put the ball in play. You get an RBI.
2 balls, 1 strike. Bruce with his 2nd home run in game 1 in the 10th inning. The check swing, and he did not go. So Martinez allows this first inning run, and had not been allowing runs, period. Scoreless inning streak ends at 18. Still the longest streak in the National League this year. I mentioned that he's now hit a batter in 7 straight games. He's now tied with Pedro Martinez and Dave Bush, 4th longest streak in hitting a batter in consecutive games in Major League history. Infield in, room on the left side, and the 3-2 pitch to Bruce. Just got a piece to stay alive.
The hard thing for a hitter facing Martinez is, even though you saw Jay Bruce swing through that 91-mile-an-hour sinker, mentally you know that there's 96, 97 in there somewhere, and when it's going to come you have no idea. You have to be ready for that, even though he hasn't shown it yet.
The full count delivery from Martinez. Popped up to the left side. Carpenter in foul territory makes the catch. Boy, that's a tough play right there. You can appreciate that, being an 8-time Gold Glover, back to the infield and trying to make that play.
Yeah, from up here, it didn't look like he was going to make the play. I thought the ball was going to spin back a little bit more, but he did a great job here. Just sometimes you can overcomplicate things by trying to turn, catch it facing the infield. Your main job as a defensive player is to catch the baseball however you can catch it. I know a lot of coaches and a lot of people want you to catch it above your head, 2 hands, coming in, doing whatever. Just catch the ball.
And with 2 outs, it's a runner at third, and the batter will be Todd Frazier. And a single to right last night. And trying to bunt his way on with 2 outs. The 5th place hitter. Not sure I like that play.
Might give you a little indication of where they're at mentally on the offensive side.
Yep. Righty-righty matchup. He knows it's going to be tough. And then trying to extend the inning to Adrian Gonzalez. And Frazier pops it up. So Martinez limits the damage here as the catch is made by Paul DeYoung. The double by Cespedes to drive in Nimmo. 1-0 after a half inning. Since the 12th of April, Cardinals 9-2. Mike Matheny, by the way, now 4 games shy of becoming only the 4th Cardinals manager to pilot the club for 1,000 games. Get a look there at Matt Carpenter, and he's at the top of the lineup, followed by Tommy Pham and Jose Martinez. Marcell Ozuna, Dexter Fowler, Paul DeYoung. Big numbers against New York. Wong, Pena, Martinez. Noah Syndergaard, opening day at Citi Field. He struck out 10 Cardinals. Did not walk anybody on opening day. And he gets the call here this afternoon. The pitch at 98 with sink. His numbers so far this year.
First pitch like there was no effort. I thought that first pitch when the radar gun pops up was going to be about 93, 94.
I did too. One ball, one strike. The Hyundai pitch arsenal. He strikes out 10. No walks, but yet the Cardinals did score 4 in that game. One and 2 the count. Carpenter 1 home run shy of 100. Same for Dexter Fowler in their careers. Marcell Ozuna 2 shy of the century mark. And the 1-2. The strikeout. The BJC Healthcare difference maker, Tommy Pham, coming to the plate. Overall batting .343 and red hot here lately. All these categories, he leads the club. Average, on-base percentage, the stolen bases, and the 19 runs. That puts him in the top 5 of the National League.
Look underneath Tommy's helmet. He's actually got a bandage on his forehead today. Had to go get a bigger helmet. He's got a little bump on his head from last night. He said he's ready to go.
Jim Hayes has been doing some digging on what took place last night. He'll have more on that story here with Tommy Pham. You can't make some of this up. And the 1-1 pitch. 1-2. Big gap in left center, and Pham puts it in play to short. Ahmed Rosario, and there's 2 away. A look at the Mets defensively today. Around the Horn presented by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. The trio of Cespedes, Nemo, and Bruce in the outfield. On the infield, Frazier, Rosario, very good glove. Cabrera and Gonzalez on the right side. Gonzalez, a former Gold Glove winner. And Tomas Nido is behind the plate. Here's Jose Martinez, batting .318. It's quite the bandage there for Tommy Pham.
There's actually a bandage underneath that headband, so to speak. He was walking around like that in the clubhouse this morning. I said, "You in there?" He said, "Yep. Let me get a bigger helmet."
The breaking pitch in for a strike. Martinez went 3 for 3, you may recall, on that opening day at Citi Field, opener of the season.
Take a look at this windup right here. For being 98, 99, there's not a whole lot to it.
It was 2 home runs hit against Syndergaard in the opener, and one of those Martinez. The other was Yadier Molina down the left field line and off the foul pole. Very simple delivery of Noah Syndergaard. As a hitter, your approach against a guy like this, what would it be?
Choke up, put the ball in play. Let him supply all the power. Just try to hit the ball in the barrel, hit the ball up the middle. He might be one of those guys, though, the effort is so easy that you might be able to see the ball a little bit, but that's when the sinker comes into play and that good slider. But I'm wondering what's really in that arm if he really reared back with a windup and let it go.
Hit to short. Rosario, and the Cardinals go 1-2-3. The RBI double by Cespedes, the difference early on. 1-0 Mets. today. We promised you more on that. Let's check in with the cat.
Yeah, so Tommy Pham has a pretty sizable welt on his head after a homemade hitting aid snapped, and Tommy conked himself in the head with his own bat last night. Tommy told me that after the game, he actually wanted to go back in and had mentioned it to Mike during the game, and he had a pretty good sense of humor about it. He said that the welt may have damaged his modeling career. He also told a more serious story, one which also involved blood. He was stabbed. I followed up with Tommy today, and he said about 5 or 6 years ago, he was stabbed during a fight with his stepfather right under his rib cage. Tommy said he was okay, but there was a lot of blood. And Dan, as you know, Tommy Pham has been through an awful lot in his life.
He really has, and his father has been incarcerated for a number of years. Lived with his grandmother for the better part of his childhood. He comes with an edge, plays with an edge, and it's suited him very, very well.
Well, you got to love his gamer mentality, because I'm telling you what, about 90% of the people would be taking today off. Showed me a picture of a huge welt. His jersey was completely full of blood. He didn't get stitches though, but still, like,
yeah,
most people would be just, yeah, this is going to hurt too much, or I got to wear a hat, or cheers to you, Tommy Pham.
And a fly ball off the bat of Gonzalez, and the catch made by Ozuna. MLB at Bat, your #1 Cardinals app. Customize your experience to catch every moment this season. Cardinals home screen icons, features such as the MLB.TV Game of the Day. Download MLB at Bat today. Nice crowd on hand. Early start, the quick turnaround, another factor that you think about with Tommy Pham, that he easily could have come to the ballpark. And when you see those images and the lump on his head, the blood on the jersey, I think most would have said, it's okay, you need a day, go ahead and do it. We'll see you in Pittsburgh, but not Tommy Pham. And the 0-1 off the bat of Nito. Grounded to first baseman Jose Martinez. You know what's interesting is that throughout the major leagues, going into this start today, 1 out of every 93 batters has been hit by a pitch this season. If this is maintained, that's the highest rate in a season since 1900. Carlos doing his fair share to add to that. But hit a man in the first. I've been trying to think, well, what would be the factors as to why that's happening? I would think cold weather would be one of them.
Well, you talked about it last night with Brebbia. Guys are maxing out the max effort. We talked about how hard it would be to control your pitches when you're throwing 100%. That's got to have something to do with it, because controlling your fastball at 100% is impossible to do all the time. You get a little out of whack, foot slips a little bit, you're hitting somebody. So I'm sure that that has something to do with it too, because everyone's got to feel the pressure of the velocity, which is coming out of a lot of these guys' arms now.
Here's a 2-0 pitch to Noah Syndergaard. Breaks his bat. That bat carries all the way to the outfield grass, and Martinez puts it away. enjoying Cardinals baseball. A beautiful day here at the ballpark. Marcell Ozuna last night with 2 outs, using the bat of Jose Martinez, singled into left. We talk about him trying to shorten up his swing. The work in progress. It was a big hit. Still 2 for his last 28, but you would hope, Jimmy, that's something that maybe gets him going.
Yeah, he had a couple good at bats with a couple foul balls, a lot of pitches, and I think that breaking ball when he shortened up right there, sometimes that gets you started and gives you the aha moment where you realize that you don't have to do so much, or you say to yourself, oh, there it is. And I think when you're swinging the bat and you're struggling, there's always that one moment that you can go back to that said this wasn't changed at all. Hopefully yesterday with those swings, shortening up, getting that base hit, big base hit, as you see the stats right there against Syndergaard, helps him get back on the right track.
Now we have seen that pitchers are really pounding him in. Get the feeling that that may happen here with Syndergaard. You might get an off-speed pitch away. There's a line shot. It's not caught. It was dropped, but what a play by Cabrera. Takes the hit away, knocked the glove off of Cabrera, and it turns into an out. 112 miles per hour off the bat of Ozuna.
Almost pulled his shoulder off too.
Wow.
You know, I tell you, that's when you're going bad, you're going bad. You can't hit it any better than that. Hits that ball in the air, it's a homer. Guy standing right there.
Here's Dexter Fowler. So we've heard so much about launch angle, and I went to talk to John Mabry about this a couple of days ago, and I said, well, you know, how fine is it with a launch angle? And he said, grab a baseball, look at the seams. And he said the difference between 1 degree and 30 or so, roughly, is the width of the seams. So imagine that. It really is just a fraction of an inch. Where if Ozuna gets underneath that a little bit, it's a home run. There's a strikeout of Dexter Fowler, second the afternoon of Syndergaard's day. There's Paul DeYoung. He had the double last night. His 13th extra base hit in his first 12 games against the Mets. 2 outs and nobody on. He's jammed. It's popped up and into the glove of Adrian Gonzalez. A 5-pitch inning for Noah Syndergaard. We played 2. 1-0 Mets. Stream games live on your mobile device. Download the Fox Sports Go app. Log in, stream the Cardinals. You can see Jim Edmonds and Jim Hayes and Al Raboski and all the great analysts. It's presented by T-Mobile. Ahmed Rosario, Brandon Nimmo, and Yoenis Cespedes. Beautiful day here at Busch Stadium. A 10-pitch inning in the top of the second for Carlos Martinez. We'll see if he gets settled in and we get our pitchers duel that we anticipate. Look at how nasty that is. When you see a major leaguer, the knees are buckled or they back away, that's an indication it's a pretty nasty pitch. The 1-1. Out to shallow right center. There's Tommy Pham with the catch. The Kia drive to success. And it's Jose Martinez and a .33 ERA in the month of April. Remember, the first game of the season was in late March. So 1 out for Carlos Martinez. And here's Brandon Nimmo.
You see those guys taking that awkward look at that slider, the tight slider that's spinning in there. Most of those hitters looking fastball early because of the velocity in the sink, so that slider really throws them off. You got to be ready to hit the fastball.
You talked about it almost as an additional pitch that he has when he wants to reach back and get to 98, 99. It's there if he wants it. He's also working today without Yadier Molina. If you're wondering, Yadi has caught 91% of the career innings for Carlos Martinez, which began out of the bullpen and now a starter. Here's the 0-2. Got him. First strikeout of the day for Carlos Martinez.
Another look at the slider, just tight. Usually when you're watching the game on the TV, you can pick up the slider a little bit better, but when you're watching it in real time, you don't see the spin as well. And that's what's so good about this slider, is the spin is so tight. And look at that guy right there. You know what? It's his day off. He could be down underneath. He could be sitting. He is up on the top step in the entrance, paying very close attention to Carlos Martinez, because if anyone's going to straighten him out in between innings, it's going to be Yadi. Yadi's going to go to him, talk him back into his game. Those guys are close.
Here's a 1-0 to Cespedes and a strike. First inning double is the Mets' first extra base hit since Tuesday night. All the hits last night, 7 of them for the Mets were all singles. Reaching for it, grounded to short. DeYoung bobbled, out of time. Really see he was in between on those hops.
Yeah, he caught that ball in between. It almost looked like he was going for it and realized he didn't think he was going to get there. Pretty sure he wished he would have kept coming after this. When you stop right here and get that in between, it's just really tough when that ball's on dirt to know exactly where it's going to bounce. And that's sometimes why you see those guys when they backhand balls where they almost shoot their glove out towards the ball and kind of snatch it but push forward as you're trying to catch it on the shortest hop you can get to really get your glove around everything. When you back up a little bit and don't get there, that ball, if it shoots right or left an inch or two, hits you in the heel, hits you in the edge of the web, and doesn't stick.
Second error on DeYoung this year. Made 9 errors at shortstop a season ago. Going back to the point with Molina not playing today, first time ever that Pena has caught Martinez, and you can have all the video and the scouting report and the input from Molina, but once you're in the game, it's got to be a little bit of the feel too of the game.
For sure, and it's hard for the backup catcher too, and especially against a team like the Mets, you don't see him very often. Luckily, being around in spring training can help, but unless you're back there and get the feel of the game more often, it's hard to know, what is he really doing with that swinger. Also, what kind of stuff does Carlos really have? You see even Yachty sometimes with that sinker catch his thumb a little bit with that extra movement or extra velocity. So those are just all the little things. Pass balls happen more and the backup catchers are in the game, and those are all those little games inside the game that you have to be careful with, especially for the new catcher and for a guy with this kind of stuff.
The 1-1 to Asdrubal Cabrera is fouled back. Cabrera last year, the everyday third baseman, settled into that position. The Mets signed Todd Frazier. They say, okay, now you're going to move to second base. Initially kind of balked at that idea, but has now settled into second base as his everyday position for the Metropolitans. And he is hitting right now. The 1-2 popped up. Pena throws the mask near the screen, playable, and he's got it. The air by DeYoung, no damage done. 1-0 Mets. Number 100 leads us to our Kubota power stats for the Cardinals. 32 home runs, fourth most in the Major League Baseball, second overall in the National League. That's behind the Rockies, and tied for the fourth fewest allowed in Major League Baseball. 7, 8, and 9. Wong, Pena, and Martinez. Last 3 games, Wong's average has gone from 133 to 196. Chance to play every day, get into a little bit of a rhythm, a feel of playing every day. He's 5 for his last 11. Mixed in some infield base hits and also 3 extra base hits. Good changeup on that previous pitch. 0-2. And he struck him out. Looked to be back-to-back with that pitch.
90-mile-an-hour changeup. It's pretty good. Pretty good circle change right there. Not a whole lot of sideways spin, just a little bit. Tough to pick up. Good arm action. Sells the changeup as the arm action. If you can get that ball deep in your hand and throw it just like a fastball and it doesn't come out with the velocity, it is so tough to pick up as a hitter.
Remember, the idea going into this season was that Carson Kelly was to be the backup. Did not have a very good spring. went down to Memphis. And he also tweeted out some news the other day, personal news, that he now is a college graduate. After nearly 6 years, finally achieved one of my goals. Promised his parents he'd get that degree, and he's done that from Oregon State. That's off a Syndergaard. Round number 2. Carson was on the Cardinals caravan with me this year. On the bus, the Wi-Fi was working, and he was doing his work to complete his degree and studying the back of the bus. Degree in business economics. Congratulations, really good guy. Syndergaard is tough so far. 24 pitches, 20 strikes. And there's another strike. Seven of 9 first pitch strikes. Outfield shallow for Carlos Martinez. 1 ball and 1 strike. We will be in Pittsburgh. First look at the Pirates tomorrow. Miles Michaelis against the lefty Stephen Brault. Pre-game show at 5:30. The 1-1. He's got that intimidating look, doesn't he? Big guy, the hair, he's strong, throws hard. And when healthy, he has been terrific. 2-1.
It's just amazing to see it's almost like no emotion, there's no extra movement. It looks like there's no effort, and it almost makes me, like I said, I wonder what's really inside that arm if he really wanted to cut it loose. Concentration looks to be unbelievable.
Such a simple delivery. The 2-2 spoiled. In his career, 26 and 18. 66 starts and an ERA under 3. Anytime in this day and age of baseball, you're under 3, 3.5. It's pretty darn good. It's back to Syndergaard. Flips it over to first, and Martinez is retired. 9 up and 9 down for Noah Syndergaard. Bell Reeve in St. Louis. See past champions Tiger Woods, Phil Mickelson, Roy McIlroy, and the strongest field in golf. Limited tickets are available. All you have to do is visit PGAchampionship.com for all the information. Truly is quite a sight. Bell Reeve Country Club, and really doing a wonderful job to showcase the city for that week. A lot of outreach programs happening with Belle Reve to get in the community, to expose the game of golf to so many youngsters, and they are to be commended. Beautiful day here at Busch Stadium. Along with Jim Edmonds, I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is here as well. And finally, we've had a homestand with some decent weather. Not perfect, but a lot better than it once was.
A little San Diego weather here today. Nice and sunny. A little chill in the air if you're in the shade. A beautiful day.
Marine layer coming off the Mississippi.
Not quite yet.
Mets will head to San Diego. Their road trip began in Atlanta, wrapping up 3 here and then off to face the Padres. Here's a 1-0 pitch to Jay Bruce. Cardinals, it's a brief 3-game series in the weekend at PNC Park, and then back home to face the White Sox in interleague play. When time is called, Bruce was up with 1 out, the infield in, runner at third, and popped out to Matt Carpenter in foul ground. After the initial start, hit batter double, he settled in. Martinez calls for it, steps in, throws. Well, Jim is always digging and finding out great information, like that story on Tommy Pham and his past. And he's also going to tell us a little bit about a roster move. Jimmy, what do you have?
Well, Dan, you already broke the news, but John Gant up from AAA, where he had pitched very well. John Brebbia back to Memphis. Brebbia just threw 3 scoreless last night and picked up his first career save. I talked with Michael Gersh about the move. He told me this is the part of the roster shuffle that is never fair, telling a guy who just got his first career save that he's been optioned. But with him pitching 3 innings last night, he probably won't be available for a few days. Gant is a valuable option for the bullpen, and we can use him right away if we need to. Dan.
All right, Jimmy, thank you. Here's Todd Frazier. The slider in there for his strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Just a little shuffle. No hard feelings.
You can manipulate that. You know, you're about a 3.5, 4-hour ride down 55 to Memphis. And then with the 10-day DL, you can manipulate the roster too.
It's a lot easier now than it was in the past. But also too, this is kind of a situation that will come up in April and May, just because of the beginning of the year. Pitching staff not always getting late in the game early. I just think that part of it, communication level is amazing in the organization. They tell you, hey, you know, we're sorry, but this is the way it's got to be, and see you in a couple of weeks or a week. They bounce some guys around pretty quick, but it's nice that you can pull from that team down there in Memphis, because they got some studs down there, especially on the pitching side.
It shows you the depth of the organization.
It's a great weapon to be able to go and use whenever you can just. I mean, we were talking about the other day when who was going to start, right? You got 4 guys down there that really can come up and play. I mean, and pitch. That's amazing.
Hit down the left field line and yanked foul. I would say right now, on lesser teams, John Gant, Jack Flaherty, Austin Gomber, the lefty who struck out 16 the other night, they would be in the rotation with major league clubs.
Did you find that interesting the other day when Mike said that he tries not to look down there at Arias and guys like that, because he gets so jumpy on when can you keep it all within the reins of the game.
Ranging to his left, Carpenter, and flips to first for the out. The timetable for Alex Reyes would be late May, early June. The role still undecided. But you know, when that time comes, boy, it's a weapon. You think about potentially, let's say, Alex Reyes in the bullpen with Jordan Hicks and Gregerson and Norris off to a good start. Greg Holland is settled into the closer's role. Could be a lights out bullpen. Adrian Gonzalez on the first pitch, out to shallow right, and it drops in for a hit. Lazy fly ball, and it drops in. So the 2-out hit and the first base hit for the Mets since all the way back to the second hitter of the game. And it brings in Tomas Nido. Grounded out to first. He's 0 for 1. Another good slider. Sometimes you'll watch Martinez and you'll see him get underneath it where you don't have the great break. Just spins and sits. But you're starting to see some knee bucklers. There's another good one.
I just think really, like I said too, that the tightness of it. It doesn't always have to be big. It doesn't have to be small. The fact that when you throw that ball and we don't see the spin from up here, it makes it even that much tougher when you're down there and the ball's coming at you at 90 miles an hour.
There it is again.
And you got to be aware of the sinker on the inner half at 95.
Carved him up. The strikeout is second of the day. Coming up the top of the lineup, Cardinals looking for their first hit. Budweiser. Wherever legendary MLB moments happen, Budweiser will be there. By Chevrolet, the #1 selling brand in the St. Louis area. Find yours at your Mid-America Chevy dealer. And by Barnes Jewish Hospital and Washington University Physicians, national leaders in medicine. Glad you're with us on Fox Sports Midwest. Dance taking a game, get the cotton candy. It looks like they've had plenty.
Looks like your group the other day.
Oh man, they were fired up, Jimmy.
Gotta love it though. You gotta love it.
Come to the ballpark.
Bring your family to the workday.
Yep.
Kids gotta love that stuff.
I'm not a kid and I still do.
Little special treat here if you get to come to the ballpark today and get out of school.
There's Carpenter, struck out his first time up. 9 up and 9 down for Syndergaard. What a trade this has been. Acquired with John Buck, Travis d'Arnaud, who could be the everyday catcher from Toronto. And the key piece going back to the Blue Jays, R.A. Dickey, the knuckleballer. He was coming off a Cy Young Award season with the Mets. And Toronto felt that they needed a piece in their rotation to get them over the top. It was a playoff club. And Syndergaard on the way back comes to New York. And at that point in time, they had Matt Harvey. They had traded for Zach Wheeler in the Carlos Beltran deal. So very good young pitching. The 2-1 pitch to Carpenter. Lifts it in the air out to left. Cespedes back with room and makes the catch. Want to buy or sell tickets at the last minute? Get the StubHub app. You can grab 100% MLB verified tickets until the first pitch, or you can even sell your extras to another fan. Get the StubHub app today. Here's Tommy Pham with 1 out. It was a pretty amazing story that Jim Hayes told about Tommy Pham, and he had been stabbed 5-6 years ago. It's hard not to pull for Tommy Pham. One ball and 1 strike. Pham, first base hit for the Cardinals, laced into left field.
Did you see the hop? I love it. I mean, he's intense. It's tough to watch sometimes him argue with the players on the field, but you gotta love him. I mean, this guy plays the game like you're supposed to play it. Little cutter right there. You see the rotation on the ball. Good job with the top hand getting through, and then that's what it's all about right there. Still playing like a kid.
This is where the Cardinals really can take advantage of Syndergaard. If there's a little issue that he's got in his game, it's not to the plate, but the manner in which he goes to the plate, his quickness, very slow. He's had a lot of base stealers run against him a year ago, 6 already this season, tied for the most in Major League Baseball with Steven Matz. Pham is leaning, not running. It's something that Syndergaard worked on time and again in spring training, trying to quicken his pace and his times to the plate. Tommy with 5 stolen bases. In 2016 alone, he allowed 48. Pham is running. Syndergaard's got him picked off. Tag applied for the out. And remember, Tommy Pham led Major League Baseball last year in being picked off.
Tommy just got a little jumpy there. I think he was. Sometimes when you get out there and you see a guy so locked in, you think you can just get that extra step. And once you get going, you got to go. You can't stop. You just got just a little jumpy.
And now 2 outs. 1 ball, no strikes on Martinez. Grounded out to short his first time up. 0 for 1. Popped up. Adrian Gonzalez puts it away. And still Syndergaard has faced the minimum through 4. afternoon. Top of 5 rolls in. 1-0 our score. It's Noah Syndergaard, Ahmed Rosario, and Brandon Nimmo. The Mets with a 1-0 lead. It was a double by Yoenis Cespedes, the second batter in the game, after Brandon Nimmo had been hit by a pitch to start the afternoon. Here's the 0-1. Very interesting what we showed, the side-by-side in the open of Carlos Martinez and where the ball is released. Everything out of the same position. And if he's consistent with that, I mean, he is nearly impossible to hit with the kind of stuff he possesses.
That's the thing too. That's why the slider is such the tough pitch. You see this right here. The angles are almost identical. And even the slider, you look at the extension he gets on his arm is out there straight, which is creating all that pull. And the spin is so much tighter. Like I said, when you're thinking you're going to get 95, 96, especially to a righty inside, there is just absolutely no way you can stay in and swing at that slider and have any kind of success.
Ahmed Rosario, 2 hops to DeYoung. And there's 2 away. Monday, May 7th, the Cardinals will celebrate the career of recent Pro Football Hall of Fame inductee Kurt Warner. Fans who purchase a special Kurt Warner theme ticket receive a one-of-a-kind Warner Hall of Fame bobblehead. And tickets at cardinals.com/theme. Four pitches, 2 outs, and the batter is Nimmo. He scored the lone run in this game today. And a strike. Hit by a pitch in the first. Scored on the double by Cespedes. Called out on strikes in the third. Martinez has struck out 2 and has not walked a man. And it's 0-2.
Location right there is nice. Down and away, on the edges. Little run, nothing special. Trying to close them out with either a hard fastball or the slider. See if we can see what's going on in here. And catcher signals. Wanted the fastball in, but wants to throw the sinker.
And the 1-2 is popped in the air down the left field line. And that'll drop foul.
I always find it interesting when if you can zero in on the whole thing where you can see the signs and what the catcher's thinking and then what the pitcher's thinking. So when you start to see them shake off, he wanted the fastball in, but more the four-seamer. And then he gave him the sinker sign, and I think he said yes, but eventually he wanted it inside too. So he didn't want the four-seamer and he wanted the sinker in. I'd like just to see what's going on inside this game right here, is who's thinking what. Same pitch, he wants a sinker inside.
Ooh, and he hit him. So the second man that he's hit in this game, and both times it's been Brandon Nimmo. Extends the inning to the dangerous Cespedes.
He's pulled this pitch across his body and just really held on to it a little too long. That's going to hurt tomorrow, by the way. Right in the bottom of the calf.
Usually swells up.
Maybe
leaves
today
a mark
on the plane.
He'll feel it.
Yep. He'll be limping around. Frustrating for Martinez too, because 0-2. He's got all these weapons, you know, and you just yank it a little bit. Now you got a guy on first.
So 2 outs and a runner at first. Cespedes a big rip and fouled back. I'd like to have that one back. With the home run in game 1 that tied it up 4-4, 463 feet.
Maybe a little pick over here to first base.
The pitches by inning, 21 first inning. It's up to 70 with the total. And with a runner at first and 2 outs, 10 in this 5th inning. If you go back to 2015, Martinez has hit 34 batters. Only Chris Sale has more in that span. He's hit 39. It's a uncomfortable at bat, I would assume anyway, because of his stuff. And don't think for a second players don't know those numbers. They know he can be wild at times.
Definitely right. The funny thing is it's hitting left-handers. You know, hits a left-hander with the breaking ball, which is fine. He's got a good breaking ball, but then he yanks the ball behind a lefty. Normally that's the safe side. You know, guy overthrows and the ball comes out of his hand funny. It's going to ride up and in on a right-hander, but every now and then you see him pull one across the zone and hit a lefty. That's when you start thinking, okay, does he know where it's going most of the time?
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Cespedes, outfield deep. Good slider. And it's 1-2.
Take a look at this tight spinning slider. I thought Cespedes had a good look at that slider. Hope he stays away from it right here.
The 1-2 pitch. Slowly hit. Martinez gloves, throws off balance, throws wide, and an infield hit. Boy, that's got to burn you. You make a good pitch to a big slugger like that, and it's an infield hit. So now he's got to bear down with 2 outs and 2 on.
This ball's really just hitting no man's land. Big guy hitting. Their sluggers hitting, 2 outs. Everyone on the infield is deep. Just perfect placement.
I think this is the right time to have a visit with Martinez. You know, your game might be right here with the way that Syndergaard is pitching. 2 runners on. The number 3 hitter that has been red hot since opening day in Cabrera.
Can you send Yachty out there to talk to him?
Wouldn't that be interesting?
Mike would be like, hey Yachty, can you go talk to him really quick? There he goes.
So it's been 6 base runners against Martinez in this game. Twice he has hit an MO. 1 reached on an error, a bloop single, an infield single, and then the double. And the first pitch taken just inside. I don't know if you agree with this, and I could be wrong.
Probably
clearly.
you will not, but go ahead.
The arm angle of Martinez seems to be down just a little bit today. He's not on top of the ball. Not saying it's good, bad, indifferent, just
different.
It's a different look than we've seen.
This is a little lower, I think, but I think he's been getting away with it, and sometimes lower means more movement on the fastball, so you never know.
Mets strand a pair midway through 5, 1-0. and FS1. Every match live and over 300 hours of coverage. The world's biggest sporting event begins June 14th, and you can see it exclusively on Fox and FS1. Ozuna, Fowler, and DeYoung. Syndergaard has faced the minimum so far. A double to, or rather a single to left by Tommy Pham back in the fourth, and then he was picked off. He struck out 3. He has not walked a man, and that was the lone base hit he's allowed. Oh, and 2 the count. And he strikes out Ozuna. Fox Sports Midwest proud to support Yadier Molina's Foundation for Flavors of Puerto Rico, presented by Rums of Puerto Rico. Dinner gala, feature live salsa music, 5-course dinner. Visit YadierMolina4.com for information or to become a corporate event sponsor.
I was looking at Syndergaard right there, and you've been doing this game forever. When is the last time you think you've seen a guy in the 5th inning be only at 40 pitches?
His strikeouts, by the way, and I can't recall a time that I've thought of that. He's got 4. He's done those in 13 pitches, so 1 over the minimum with the strikeouts.
I mean, I think usually when you're watching a guy pitch and you're trying to see how far he's going to get into the game, and it's normal to see a guy in the 4th or 5th inning in the 60 pitch range, almost in the low 70s. That's pretty good. 5th inning, 70 pitches, 60 pitches. Never see somebody with the big number smaller than the innings.
And usually, especially a guy like Syndergaard that can rack up the strikeouts, a byproduct of that is a higher pitch count.
Just very impressive to watch. The whole demeanor, the amount of strikes, the amount of effort. I'll tell you what, Greg Maddux was really good at this. He would throw the ball in the same part of the zone over and over and over and make it do different things. So that's pitching. That's how you get successful pitching, is because the hitter sees the same pitch come out of the hand but doesn't know which way it's going to go. You got to pull the trigger. You have to be ready to hit when he's pitching, because he's throwing the ball right down the middle, except for it's sinking, it's cutting, it's diving with the changeup, it's riding when he lets it go. It's not like you can go up there and kind of wait for a pitch to hit. You'd be 0-2.
It's no hit stuff here today, with just the 1 hit allowed. Here's a 1-0 pitch now to the Cardinals shortstop DeYoung. To further your point, Syndergaard came in averaging about 17.2 pitches per inning. Today he's averaging 9.
This 2-0 count. I don't even know if he's had a 2-0 count today.
And that's a base hit into right. That was the first 2-0 pitch that we've seen from Syndergaard today. Just the 2nd hit for the Cardinals.
Stuff is so good too. You get 2-0 count with a guy with 5-6 home runs. Thinking, okay, here's a chance I'm going to drive one, do a jam shot into right, and you better be happy with it.
Here's Colton Wong. Syndergaard has not had a 3-ball count today. There's ball 1. Always find it interesting how guys deliver the ball to the plate. Some go their hands above the head, others square at the batter, in this case working from the stretch. But his delivery with nobody on is similar to what we're seeing right here. Very compact, not a lot of movement, and then the ball just explodes out of his hand.
That's why you think he'd be quicker to the plate. There's really no effort to get that velocity to where it is. It's just like he can step and throw. No real follow through.
The way the times are taken down right now in that Cardinal dugout, Ali Marmol, it's when he picks up that left foot, because at that point he is committed to the plate. And then the ball released into the glove of the catcher, and that's the time that you're looking for. As Wong taps it foul. So if you're at, let's say, 1.3,
it's about the average. Where anywhere there up, you're probably taking a good chance to run, depending on the catcher's arm. Anywhere below that, probably not a good chance, especially with a good catcher. A lot of these guys can throw now, so 1-3 maybe not the average anymore. Maybe you need a 1-3-2. Depends on how fast you are too. Obviously, if you can really run, the 1-3 is your go button.
Mentioned it many times, you don't have to be fast to be a good base runner or even a base stealer. It helps, certainly. But to Young, if you're at 1-3-5, a little bigger lead, might have a chance to swipe that bag.
It just comes with a little concentration and a good first step.
2-2. This will be the 6th pitch of the at bat. Most of any position player. Carlos Martinez had a 6-pitch at bat. And it's hit out of play. Good battle here. He's fouled 4 straight pitches away. 2-2 the count. The Cardinals' second baseman, who struck out back in the 3rd. The changeup in the dirt. The first 3-ball count today for Syndergaard.
So he's thrown more pitches and balls in this inning than he's thrown the entire game.
Dominic Leone throwing in the Cardinals' pen if the Cardinals will get that shot with Martinez coming up. 3-2 lifted in the air. Cespedes battling the sun, holds the glove high with the shades on, makes the catch, and the threat is through. Is presented by the authority of the St. Louis Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the St. Louis Cardinals. Budweiser, what's on tap? Miles Michaelis, game 1 tomorrow. Steven Brault, the lefty. Jack Flaherty, back up with the Cardinals, has made 1 start, struck out 9 against Milwaukee. And then Trevor Williams, a right-hander, going for Pittsburgh. And Sunday, we don't know the starters on either side. Find out more tomorrow.
Stay tuned.
You got it. Here's Jay Bruce. We're in inning number 6. The key at bat in this game was in the first inning. 1 out, runner at third, infield in. Bruce popped out. It's also bounced back to Martinez. He's 0 for 2. And the 1-0. Martinez, by the way, due up second for the Cardinals. Leone is taking his seat. And the 1-1 pitch. But it brings up the point that you've got to get as many cracks as you can at Syndergaard, and it may be a shorter outing than maybe you might expect with Martinez pitching very well. And there's a base hit into right. The hop to Dexter Fowler, and the leadoff man is aboard.
Definitely think if you get in a spot where the pitcher's coming up and you have a chance of driving a run, you're probably going to have to take it. That's why he makes those tough decisions and gets second guessed a lot.
It's part of the job.
Part of the job. Not the good part.
Here's Todd Frazier. He's grounded into 2 double plays so far this year. Popped to short, grounded out to third, 0 for 2. And looks at a ball in. Todd Frazier, all those years in Cincinnati. No stranger to the Cardinals and Busch Stadium. Here's a 1-0. And that's the third man that he's hit. And they'll start throwing, I would assume, very quickly in the Cardinal pen. Hit Nimmo twice, and now he hits Frazier.
Arm angle dropped a little bit. You can see what happens. That ball runs so much. No control of a fastball when you throw from that angle with that much velocity and that much run. That does not feel good, hitting Frazier right on the elbow.
Where Carlos Martinez has been so good this year is with runners in scoring position. Currently, the opposition 1 for 28. And now you get a real professional hitter in there, and Adrian Gonzalez. And we say a pro hitter, a professional hitter, understands what the pitcher's trying to do to him. Guys that will, with a runner at second, take the ground out to second base or to the right side to move a runner. He's been a very good player for a number of years, former #1 overall pick. It's the first time that Martinez has hit 3 in a game. The 0-1 pitch to Gonzalez tied him up, and it's 0-2.
Just yanked that fastball, or that was a really hard cutter. He's thrown a couple fastballs in the 89-90 range, and then like a cutter at 91.
Second time that Leone has been up. No balls, 2 strikes. And a swing and a miss. Last time a Cardinal hit 3 in a game was Jake Westbrook. Back in 2013, he did that against Pittsburgh.
Take another look at the slider right here. Just super tight spin. Makes that ball break down and in. As a lefty, you start to go get it. The hard thing about a slider coming into you is that you just can't really adjust down and in. You can't really pull your hands any faster. If it's away, you can kind of push the bat away from you a little bit, but coming down and in, that's just no way to adjust. Kind of hoping you could just foul it off.
Jake Westbrook was a part of the 2011 championship club as he came over from Cleveland for Ryan Ludwig. And Ryan now working in the Cardinals front office, in particular with the minor leaguers. Tap towards third. Carpenter steps on the bag. The throw to first, not in time. Or is it? Yes, it is. And the pick by Martinez. The ball gets away from Jose Martinez. That could have been a run that scores. Instead, it might be an inning-ending double play. Mets do not challenge the double play. Pitcher's best friend. Carlos needed that. Nice pick by Martinez, and it's 1-0. May 4th, 5th, and 6th. Weekend matchup. Don't want to miss it. Great seats still remain. One of the tremendous rivalries in sports, the Cubs and the Cardinals. Noah Syndergaard finishing up his warm-up tosses, getting prepared for inning number 6. He has struck out 5 and allowed only 2 base hits. Here's Tommy Pham, a base hit back in the 4th inning to left field. Eventually picked off, and then Paul DeYoung, a little soft liner to right back in the 5th inning. And that's been it. So 5 innings, 2 hits, 5 strikeouts, only 57 pitches. Here's Pena showing bunt. And meanwhile, Carlos Martinez, his day looks to be through. He would be the 2nd batter in the inning. Jed Jerko is at the on-deck circle. Martinez, 86 pitches here this afternoon, and Dominic Leone is ready to roll. She got up for the 2nd time. Here's the 0-1. And it's 0-2 as he paints the outside corner with 97. Here's the 0-2 pitch and a strikeout of Pena. 6 today for Syndergaard, and it brings in Jed Jerko. Home run number 100 of his career last night. A 2-run shot in the 9-1 victory for St. Louis. The hardest that Syndergaard has thrown today has been 99, and he's hit that mark in every inning. That pitch at 97.
Doesn't change his facial expression yet.
Nope.
Not once.
0-2.
Take a look at that changeup right there.
He's had 31 pitches today at 95 or above. No balls and 2 strikes. Jerko puts it in play, and it's hit to short. Ahmed Rosario out number 2. And with 2 outs, the top of the lineup, Carpenter struck out swinging back in the first and also flied to left. The Cardinals just can't get anything going. They have not had a base runner get past first in this game. It's all because of this man right here, Noah Syndergaard. Pitching ahead in counts, nothing over the middle of the plate. Cardinals have been off balance with a good changeup that he's had today. 13 of 19 first pitch strikes. One ball and 1 strike, and the shift on here on the right side of the infield for Carpenter. Breaking pitch, drops in for a strike. He's had command of all these pitches too.
All of them, and they're right around the plate. I mean, they're just, you better be ready to hit when you get up there. Problem is you get a different pitch. Every pitch is different. One's going one way, the next one's going down. You got the fastball you know is going to come, and it's going to be firm. Then he gives you a little bit bigger breaking ball, a little bit bigger slider right there.
Look at that. He's had only 18 balls of his 68 total pitches. He can be overpowering. We've seen that, but yet also you talk about staying deep into a game by throwing strikes and getting quick outs, and he's done that too. He's had 1 3-ball count.
It's a 91-mile-an-hour changeup.
This will be the second 3-ball count of the afternoon. 3-2 now on Carpenter. Hits it out of play.
I don't even know if he's even started breathing yet. Just hasn't changed anything.
Three-two pitch. Spoiled again by Carpenter. Carpenter grounds it foul. His souvenir down the right field line. This will be the 9th pitch of the at bat. 3-2. Carpenter lines it softly into the glove of Gonzalez. We head to the 7th. 1-0. mark. That's May 17th. It's a theme night. Cardinals.com/theme. You'll take home that soccer jersey, Cardinal style jersey. Soccer night, May 17th. Chevy called to the pen last 5 games, 4 2/3, and very good numbers obviously there for Dominic Leone. Noah Syndergaard to lead it off. We're in the 7th of a day game and the rubber game between the Mets and the Cardinals. Here's the 0-1. It's a bit surprising after watching Syndergaard, and now the second time this year. We saw Jacob deGrom, a dominating performance, but neither has thrown a no-hitter. With all the strikeouts in the game today, they are strikeout pitchers. You think they might have one
coming to a theater near you?
Yeah,
someday, soon.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Syndergaard is 0 for 2. Leone in relief of Carlos Martinez. And a strikeout. So Carlos gave up 1 run on 4 hits, struck out 3, did not walk a man, but hit 3. Ahmed Rosario 0 for 2. One of the big knocks on him from a year ago, his lack of walks. He's an aggressive swinger. First pitch, base hit into center. This day and age of baseball, where so many hitters go deep into counts, you just don't see many first pitch base hits.
Sometimes you have to attack the bullpen that way, though. You know guys are coming in trying to get a first pitch strike, especially with the hard throwers. Sometimes you got to get that bullpen and get it quick.
Rosario 3 at bats and 5 pitches. That's all he's seen. There's Brandon Nimmo, hit twice, scored the only run of the game back in the first. Also was called out on strikes back in the third. Bunting, it's in the air, and strike 1. No activity in the Mets bullpen, none in the St. Louis pen. Cardinals have 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup coming up in the bottom of the 7th. Noah Syndergaard is 1 over the minimum that he's faced through 6 innings. Tyler Lyons has just got up and starts to throw. The 0-1 and a base hit into right field. Rosario to second, on his way to third. Runners at the corners, and here comes Cespedes. So Nimmo on base for the 3rd time today, and another chance for Cespedes to do some damage.
Good piece of hitting right there, taking that little cutter, staying inside it, but getting around quick enough to be able to pull it. Dominic Leone getting a ball up in the zone, which is not what he's been doing as of late. Keeping the ball down and on the edges, but pitching really well with the breaking ball.
Runners at the corners. Cespedes, the RBI double back in the first, reached on an error and an infield hit. First pitch to him. High fly ball out to left. Boy, he just missed it. Ozuna will make the catch. Rosario tags up. He'll score to make it 2-0. Cespedes is driven in the 2 runs for the Mets today. He's now up to 23 on the season.
Sometimes you come back to the dugout and say you just missed it. Your hitting coach will give you, it's a round ball with a round bat. Like you said, that launch angle with just not even a quarter of an inch, maybe a quarter of an inch difference between a line drive and a home run, and less than that between a home run and a fly ball.
There's ball 1 to Cabrera, switch hitter. 0 for 3 today. Twice is grounded out to second. And he popped out to Francisco Pena back near the screen. This has been his, at least historically, his power side. He's got 4 home runs on the year and 3 from this side of the plate. Been around a long time. Tampa Bay, Cleveland. He's found a home here with the Mets. This spot, he's been very good this season. 486 his average. 7th inning or later. And that's the best mark in all of baseball. You think about that, you're facing specialists, closers.
Say, talk about that at this point in the year. Those aren't against starters. I'm willing to bet he hasn't faced, none of those have probably been starters at this point in the game early on in the season.
2-1.
That's hard to do. Getting a different guy every day. The 7th, 8th inning. Specialist, like you said. Trying to turn you around to the opposite side you've been hitting from all day long. Find out if you're hot or cold from one side or the other. A lot of switch hitters say they've never been hot from both sides of the plate at the same time.
That maybe is why you don't see many switch hitters in prolonged slumps too. Not always the case. It's 1 for 7 in this series. The 2-1 pitch taken down and in, and it's 3-1. The slider of Leon, when it's right, is why Mike Matheny doesn't mind using him against left-handed batters. Cardinals with only 1 lefty in their pen, that's Tyler Lyons, but when right, the slider of Leon could get underneath the hands of a left-handed batter. And he's had pretty good numbers in his career against lefties. 3-1 pitch. 3-2.
You got Lyons down there just in case. There's 2 outs, but you still have on deck Jay Bruce. Then after Frazier, you have Adrian Gonzalez. So got to kind of work your way through this kind of top 5 or 6 guys in this lineup. Better have some kind of lefty ready.
Runner off with the pitch at first base. 3-2, 2 outs. Lined out to right, but there's Fowler. The sac fly, the RBI by Cespedes, and let's stretch. Mickey Callaway's club is up 2-0. dealers donate $1,000 to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri. Now trailing, it gets a little bit tougher. 2-0 against Noah Syndergaard. It'll be Tommy Pham, Jose Martinez, and Marcell Ozuna. Cardinals with 4 come from behind wins this year. The Mets with a league-leading 11. That includes the other night in Game 1. Pham got the first base hit for St. Louis back in the 4th inning. A single to left and then was picked off. Hits it down the left field line. Long way to go for Cespedes. Sliding off his glove and a fair ball. And Pham to second base with a leadoff double. The first leadoff man to reach in this game of any inning for the Cardinals. And the first Cardinal to reach second base. Plaza Tire Service replay.
Good job keeping the hands in on that swing, and it's like when Cespedes hit the ground, he kind of dug in a little bit, jolted him. Can't feel good. Kind of stopped him from sliding into the catch.
And here's Jose Martinez. Represents the tying run. Ground ball to short. Pham has to stay put. There's one away. You know, not only has Syndergaard been around the plate, but it also could be part of the game plan of the Cardinals coming in that, look, if he gets ahead of you 0-1, 0-2, 1-2, it's going to put you away. So maybe the idea was to be aggressive early in counts against Noah Syndergaard today.
Well, you definitely go into the game knowing he's going to throw strikes, so you better, the word of the day would be ready to hit. The words of the day. And pretty much 3/4 of the time today, he's gone right after guys and thrown strikes 1, 2, and 3. And only very few at bats have been with the ball leading off first of all, or even getting to a 2-0 count.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Marcell Ozuna. One and one. His last home run was at Cincinnati in a 13-4 win. That 4-game sweep. The Great American Ballpark for the Cardinals.
He's getting closer though. The less movement at the plate each at bat. A little bit quieter, a little bit shorter each time he goes up there.
Out to shallow right. That ball is down. Pham racing to the plate. He'll score. And that makes it a 2-1 Mets lead. RBI number 14 for Marcell Ozuna. Well, it wasn't a lot, but just enough. And the Nissan drive of the game, an RBI single by Marcell Ozuna.
Well, they say they even out, right? All the line drives and the bloop singles. There's no way they even out. But today, for Marcell, they did, or they have. Smashed that ball to second baseman earlier in the game, and then gets away with the bloop single right there and drive in the run.
That drives in Tommy Pham. He's enjoyed his 8th multi-RBI hit day of the season. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Fowler. And Dexter with a fly ball into left center. Nimmo is over. And Ozuna was not tagging up. He was about halfway, if not 3/4 of the way to second base. And that's one of those balls that you go back on and look and say, well, should he be at first base and tagging up?
I thought actually Dexter hit that ball a little bit harder or a little bit further. I was kind of thinking that's a out or a homer. You had to run a long way for that ball. Yeah, sometimes you get a read. If you gotta have you have to have the read right off the bat though, and if you don't get it, you can't go back.
The strike to Paul DeJong.
That's part of the game that's in some people's game and not in others. Like some people just do that and like to do that, and some people don't think of that because it's not what you teach, right? You don't teach to go back on that ball. Even though it's a pretty good play, it's either you have it or you don't. And usually the guys with speed try to always advance anyway. So those are the guys that probably try to get in that situation where they can tag up at first. But then you also don't want to be out there tagging at first and something happen, drop the ball. That's the tying run can probably score if he's standing on second base. It's a feel for the game. It's a tough. It's almost like the judgment call. You know, you just like that's why I think people have it. Some people have it and some people don't, because you got to really want to do stuff and make things happen. Take the chances.
Here's a 1-1. DeYoung rips it, and it's off the glove of Frazier. Into shallow left, Ozuna to third. It's another double and extra base hit for DeYoung against the Mets. Boy, if Frazier does not get his glove on that, we might have a tie game. And a 2-hit day for Paul DeYoung.
Sinking liner, smoked right there. You know when the ball's hit hard when an infielder doesn't even take a step. You just have to, like, if you go to take that step, the ball's by you. So you just lean over, try to get the glove on it, and when it tails and sinks that much, there's no chance.
DeYoung is doubled now in 5 of his last 6 games. Well, the Mets, just like the Cardinals, have one lefty. It's Jerry Blevins, but he has been on a really poor roll. And so they'll roll the dice here with Syndergaard at 84 pitches, thinking this is their best opportunity. Stay with the starter. Still nobody up and even, just playing catch out there in the Mets pen. And a ball in the dirt to Colton Wong, who's 0 for 2. He struck out and flied to left. Base hit could give the Cardinals a lead. Luke Gregerson has joined Tyler Lyons in the Cardinals pen. Blevins, by the way, 5 runs allowed in his last 3 outings. That's maybe playing into part of the equation. Plus, if this is your ace, one of them, this is your horse. He's been great today. He's only in the mid-80s in a pitch count. You know, Mickey Callaway's probably saying, hey, it's yours to win or lose.
I think that that's what is going on right here. I think you definitely, when you have a guy like this on the mound, you want to keep the ball in his hands as long as possible, especially below 90 pitches. And he's been pitching effectively. It's not like he's been all over the place.
Here's a 1-1 to Wong. Pop back and foul. Robert Gesellman has just grabbed a baseball and starts to throw for the Mets in their bullpen. Jose Oquendo encouraging Paul DeYoung get a bigger lead at second base. 3 good arms in their outfield. Inside 2-2. Pitch at 98 from Syndergaard. A little extra on that one. The 2-2. Pulled foul.
I think you also take into account for Syndergaard staying in the game. Colton Wong, bottom of the lineup. It's only hitting 190. And then you have Pena, who doesn't get a chance to play a lot. Then maybe you deal with the pinch hitter, but you definitely give him a chance, especially at the bottom of the lineup, probably to finish this off, at least this inning.
Cardinals on their bench. They've used Jerko. They still have Molina, O'Neill, and Bader, as well as Greg Garcia. Full count.
Probably don't want to have to use Molina, obviously, if you don't get in an emergency situation. like to have him have that, first of all, the whole day off, and second of all, not really a day off if you have to go out there and catch the last 2 innings.
The crowd comes alive. A 3-2 pitch upcoming. The 3-2 popped up, foul territory, and we'll do it again. Colton Wong in his career 1 for 7 against Syndergaard. If he gets number 2, it'd be a big one right here. Be the 19th pitch of the inning, the most in the game of any inning for Syndergaard. The 3-2 pitch. Wong with a fly ball into center. And Nimmo is under it and makes the catch. Cardinals strand a pair, but they pick up a run on the base hit by Ozuna to score. Tommy Pham. He likes it. He's so excited about it, he wants to go pitch right now. 2-1 ball game, 8th inning. Bud Norris, the Chevy, called to the pen. Did a very nice job. How about that? 18 strikeouts in 11 1/3. So Norris will get Bruce, Frazier, Gonzalez. The Hyundai pitch arsenal: fastball, the cutter, and a slider from Bud Norris. He seems to have found a home here in St. Louis and in the back end of the bullpen.
And one thing he's done really well is when he comes into the game, he has been super aggressive, going right after hitters and throwing strikes, and that is always a good idea, especially coming out of the bullpen, but he's done a really good job of it so far this year.
There's Jay Bruce. He is 1 for 3. It's been a good ball game. If you like pitching, boy, you've seen some pretty good pitching here today. Noah Syndergaard, Carlos Martinez. Syndergaard, by the way, that last pitch to end the 7th was at 99. Gesellman is back on the bench in the bullpen of the Mets, not throwing. And the 0-1 pitch to Jay Bruce. 0-2. Syndergaard, his spot, not due up until 5 spots in the lineup for the Mets. And the 0-2 pitch lifted high in the air out to right. Dexter Fowler under it, and he makes the catch. With 1 out, it brings in third baseman Todd Frazier. Cardinals looking ahead to the bottom half of this inning would have Pena, but Norris's spot, and then Carpenter. So still before this game is through, Pham, Martinez, and Ozuna will hit.
Figured that was, other than scoring the run, that was the best thing about that 7th inning. Just got a few guys to the plate finally. Maybe to spread that lineup out a little bit and get those top 3 or 4 guys back up to the plate in the 9th.
And the 1-0. 1 ball and 1 strike. Outfield is deep. They are straight away. Cardinals have been out hit in this ball game 6-5 and trailed 2-1. Good slider.
Another guy with a good hard fastball. Allows this slider to be so devastating. You could see as soon as that ball popped out of his hand, he got a little reaction from Frazier.
One ball and 2 strikes on Todd Frazier. Bud Norris in his career per 9 averaging 8.46 strikeouts per 9. This season it's up to nearly 15. It's a swing and miss slider, really a wipeout type slider. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Todd Frazier.
Try to get that fastball inside, keep him from extending his hands.
Just like that.
Just like that. He's got a little life to his fastball. It's like his little short arm, so that ball probably jumps on the hitters a little bit. You can see the kind of the late swings that guys have been taking.
3-2 the count on Frazier. Crowd today 37,762. 37762. Popped him up to the right side. Martinez over and out of play. Why not play a little hooky at work, maybe at school? Beautiful day here at the ballpark.
Just hope you're not on TV.
That's right.
Sorry,
need
guys.
to turn into a Ferris Bueller.
See if they don't try to get back in there underneath his hands. You know, Pena's been keep calling the ball away, but Bud wants the ball in.
3-2 pitch. Hit down the left field line. Ozuna over. And it is a foul ball.
It's a long run for Ozuna right there. Still new here, still trying to figure it out. How much room is over there in that corner?
Boy, newer ballparks, you have maybe a step.
That is not fun to play the corner and having to run down in there and trying to figure out, like you're trying to catch the ball. But when you're running, you're thinking, how am I going to survive the wall, the corner? Is it going to be fair? Is it going to be foul? All these thoughts are going in your head as you're running full speed and trying to catch a ball.
If a ball drops, it's fair. It goes to the wall, maybe.
Rolls around, and I feel like Milwaukee's rough in that corner. There's really no room at all.
Saw that with Christian Yelich against the Cardinals earlier this year. 3-2, and he struck him out.
Really good pitch right there. He set him up. I keep throwing that fastball inside. He throws this slider out over the plate, kind of where he wants it. I think he's got a chance to at least foul it off, and inside buckles him just enough where he can't really do anything with it. Not exactly what he wanted, but what was needed.
A 9-pitch at bat, and he strikes out Frazier. Here's Adrian Gonzalez. He's 1 for 3. Fly to left, a single to right, and struck out back in the 6th. First pitch to him. Did not go. Ball 1. On the air tomorrow at 5:30 from PNC Park in Pittsburgh. The 1-0. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Got to be careful going out here with Gonzalez. I think he really likes to get his arms extended.
He's been so good at taking the ball with power to the other way.
See how he stays back. You see that finish. Stays on his back leg, so he can elevate that pitch that's out over the plate up in the air, and he's got so much power. He's got sneaky power. He's got one of those fly ball swings that the ball just goes an extra 10 or 20 feet.
Here's a 1-2 and a strikeout again for Norris. Sends us to the bottom of the 8th in a 2-1 game here in Game 3 of this series. It's brought to you by Budweiser. Wherever legendary MLB moments happen, Budweiser will be there. And by Ford. Going further so you can. That got you hungry there, partner?
I'm always hungry.
The brats on the grill.
I'd take the Snickers right now if I could.
Jimmy wants a Snickers.
Ted Drews that you had yesterday.
Ted Drews always brings up ice cream on
Donuts.
Wednesdays.
Krispy Kreme day. You got to time that with the day game and not just like on what is it, Tuesdays?
Wednesdays is ice cream day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Monday or Tuesdays is the donuts.
It's very healthy up here in the booth.
Try to get, maybe we can get like a Thursday afternoon Capitol Grill. I don't know. Bring us some steak.
Want a steak?
Like you said, it's healthy, so we need something a little more healthier.
Well, it's Greg Garcia here. Then Yadier Molina. This is the longest start since last April for Noah Syndergaard. Missed better part of the season with injuries. Garcia, 1 ball and 1 strike. Pinch hitting for Francisco Pena. 1-2. Puts it in play. Rosario can't make the play. Scoots under his glove. And the tying run is aboard. Potential go ahead. And who knows, maybe even a winning run comes to the plate.
No surprise there. The Greg Garcia at bat. The ball hard with 2 strikes. Make something happen.
Rosario, his 3rd error. The Mets committed 3 errors yesterday. And this crowd, anytime Molina comes up, gets excited. Molina, that opening day, a home run off the foul pole against Syndergaard. He's 3 for 9 with that homer. Aggressive early in counts. Opening day and a cold afternoon at Citi Field. Got the hands in and knocked it off the foul pole. Two-1 our score.
Would like to believe that he's going to stay away from Yachty right here.
Molina showing bunt. Spins away from a breaking ball, and it's 0-1. The Mets had come into this series without an error their previous 7 games, and now they've got 4 with 3 last night, 1 again today.
See, the outfield is super deep, trying to prevent a double and allowing the guy from first to score easily.
Fouled back. And it's 0-2. Molina, one of the toughest to strike out. How many times have we seen him just throw that soft liner into the outfield? The other thing you get concerned about, the double play. The 0-2 pitch. Very deep for Yadier Molina. Struck him out, tied him up. The strikeout for Noah Syndergaard, number 7 today.
That is nasty right there. You don't normally see changeups righty on righty, especially one this good. It's just not a natural pitch to see for a hitter coming from a guy throwing from the same side of the plate.
There's Carpenter. This is now the longest outing for a Mets starter this year. Carpenter rips it into right field. Garcia on his way to third. And the Cardinals have something going now. Runners at the corners, one out here in the bottom of the 8th. And arguably their hottest hitter, Tommy Pham, coming up. That's it for Noah Syndergaard. The base hit by Carpenter. Runners at first and third. And Tommy Pham coming up. Day roster. His ground ball rate in 2017 was nearly 50%, which led all Mets starters. He would love the ground ball here, the potential of a double play. Tommy Pham, this is our Chevy call to the pen, digs in. He's got 2 hits today. A single to left was picked off, and then a double and a run scored back in inning number 7. Harrison Bader has come in to run for Matt Carpenter. Tommy Pham today back in the 4th inning. The first Cardinal hit. And then a little bloop double down the line off the glove of Cespedes. 1 out. Runners at first and third. First pitch to Tommy Pham. Here it comes. Pham, base hit, we're tied. Tommy a 3-hit day. And we're tied, it's 2-2.
What you do right here, a guy comes in out of the bullpen, tries to get ahead, be ready to go. Thomas got that nice top hand working today.
He has reached in 8 of his 10 plate appearances.
Knocked himself silly yesterday and come out here and get 3 hits. Whatever works.
And now Jose Martinez, 2-2 our score. With a tie game, Greg Holland begins to throw in the Cardinal pen. Martinez twice has grounded out to short, popped out to first. The error by Rosario looms large as that started this inning. Pham now 5 for 10 with runners in scoring position this year. been the toughest stretch for Jose Martinez. 3 for his last 23. He'd love to change that right now. And the 0-1. Now 0-2. Good speed on the bases. Pham at first. Bader, your runner at second. The 0-2. Ooh, he hung it. Got away with it. Big gap in left center. If he gets it in the gap, Pham could score.
Shoot, if he bloops one over first base, Pham can score. Jay Bruce is 10 feet from the trap. Just like to see him put the ball in play. Let something good happen.
Runner at second, still the responsibility of Syndergaard. 1 ball, 2 strikes. 2-2.
Never a dull moment in that dugout.
The 2-2 pitch. Martinez. Double play ball, 6-4-3. But Tommy Pham with his base hit ties it up as it brings in Garcia, who reached on an error. A brand new game here at Busch Stadium. We head to the 9th. The Mets 2. The Cardinals 2. On Fox Sports Midwest. Brought in to be the closer for the Cardinals. Our Chevy called to the pen. A lot of walks. But the other night looked like the Greg Holland that we anticipate to see throughout this year. As Yadier Molina stays in the ball game, he'll catch. Greg Garcia also stays in the game at third. Tomas Nido 0 for 3 today, and the first pitch is strike. It's a close ball game, went to 10 innings, game 1 of this series, and here we are 2-2 in game 3. This is Michael Conforto at the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Wilmer Flores has moved to the on-deck circle. And Flores has been one of the top pinch hitters for the Mets. And he's got some power. 18 home runs a season ago. The next by Holland to Conforto. Good slider. That's strike 2. Jose Martinez at the line at first base. The soft hands of Yadier Molina to frame it up. The 2-2 pitch. Conforto, a ground ball right side, base hit past the diving Colton Wong, and the leadoff man is aboard. It's pretty good speed there at first base.
Pretty good at bat right there too, given the 9th inning. A guy like Holland on the mound, a couple sliders for strikes, a couple sliders for balls, and it just seemed like he's just patient enough to get himself a pitch to hit.
Let's see if the Mets here on the road want to bunt in this spot with Wilmer Flores. 2-2 game here in the top of the 9th. Jerry's Familia up and throwing for the Mets in their bullpen. Flores not showing bunt, looks at a strike. A short lead at first by Conforto. And the 0-1. Fly ball into right field. Dexter Fowler. 1 away. It brings in Ahmed Rosario. The Cardinals will have Ozuna, Fowler, and DeYoung looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th. Rosario at the costly air to start play in the bottom of the 8th. That was off the bat of Greg Garcia, who was pinch hitting for Pena, and that turned out to be a big play. Garcia came around to score to tie it up at 2. Are you seeing at times the sharper breaking pitch, that slider from Greg Holland?
A little bit more feel, a little bit closer. Obviously, we saw the walks, but all those walks, I think, when the first two outings for him, and now you're seeing the breaking ball around the zone, not in the dirt. He's getting ahead with the fastball. Just a little bit more feel.
Slow roller and a foul ball.
A little bit warmer weather, but definitely needed some innings under his belt to get that feel of this, especially the slider. I think that's got to be tough to get out there with game adrenaline in the big leagues, not just throwing a batting practice to college or minor league kids or spring training. You have to get that game adrenaline, and then you get the feel for your pitches.
Conforto, by the way, only 5 stolen bases in his career. The Cardinals have seen the fewest steals against them in all of baseball, only 4. Rosario very aggressive. The 0-1 could be 2. DeYoung a flip. How about 2? Beat it out.
We saw Rosario run first to third earlier today and could really get down that line. You have to be a hard hit ball on the infield in order to turn 2 with him running.
Brandon Nimmo on base 3 times, twice hit by a pitch. That was with Carlos Martinez on the mound. Martinez hit 3 in the game. The other was Todd Frazier. Nimmo struck out looking in the 3rd, a single in the 7th. 2-2 our score. Rosario had 7 stolen bases a year ago. It was in limited time. The slider, a good one for strike 1.
Good down action on that slider right there. This is what appears to be a strike coming out of his hand. Ends up being a ball.
Jimmy, we also mentioned how Holland, left-handed batters, kind of jumps at the hitter. He's got a kind of a unique style in how he finishes his delivery to the plate. Here's the 0-1. A ball and a strike. The 1-1 pitch. Get out of play. Holland last time out at a scoreless inning. Here in the 9th, it was a base hit by Conforto. Flores flied to right. Rosario grounding into a fielder's choice. And now Nimmo, 1 ball and 2 strikes. It's Mike Maddox, pitching coach here in St. Louis. Have to think the slider is coming here. The 1-2 pitch. And he missed.
That's the thing right there with the slider, so unpredictable. Most of the guys' slider crossed the zone a little bit down. That one backed up and went down. You anticipate the ball coming into you a little bit as a hitter, and you can start to go after it, and it actually just backs up and drops. Good thing he laid off that pitch.
2-2, swung on and missed. Nice work by Greg Holland. Coming up, a chance to win it for the Cardinals. 4, 5, and 6. Ozuna, Fowler, DeYoung. This game, the Cardinals were down 2-0 heading into the bottom of the 7th, trying to find any way to get to Noah Syndergaard, and eventually they tied it up. 2-2 our score. And now our Chevy call to the pen. Seth Lugo. And Lugo, who's been in the rotation before for the Mets, has allowed runs in 3 of his last 4 appearances. It's a new battery. Jose Lobaton, he takes over behind the plate. Marcell Ozuna will be the batter. Ozuna got the Cardinals on the board. A single to drive in Tommy Pham back in the 7th inning, who had doubled to start that inning. Here's a 1-0 pitch. Ozuna with a drive out to deep right, but not enough. Luke Gregerson throwing in the Cardinals' pen. Here's Dexter Fowler. The first pitch sweeps in there for a strike. One shy of 100 for his career in the home run department, as Jerko hit that mark last night. The 0-1. The 1-1 pitch. Out in front, pops it up and out of play. Mets took 2 of 3. The opening series at Citi Field. Cardinals trying to return the favor with a walk-off win. The 1-2 pitch. And Fowler is hit by the pitch. Similar to what we saw with Nimmo and Martinez. A breaking pitch, it just got away.
The rotation on that breaking ball. Right on the bunion. That does not feel good on that your big toe joint right there.
Well, do you think about a runner in this spot? Cardinals have used Jerko, Molina, Garcia, and Bader. Only position player left on the bench is Tyler O'Neill. Good thing about even using a pitcher in that spot, and the Cardinals, at least early on, have used Luke Weaver. The winning run is aboard, and that's Dexter Fowler. Still limping. This one caught the back foot, the left foot of Fowler.
Just think about when you jam your feet in your shoes, how much your toes hurt, and have that ball come down right on top of your big toe, the main joint on your big toe. Then just getting up and start jogging down the first and having to score on a double.
And now DeYoung inside. A 2-hit day for the Cardinals shortstop. 10 hits in his last 6 games. Only 2 strikeouts in that span. And Fowler diving back in, saying, wait a minute, I'm not going anywhere.
He's hoping for a homer right here from DeYoung. Me too. Anybody 3?
Count me in. The 1-0 pitch. It's a no doubles defense. A gap into left center. The Mets are sick of DeYoung. He has wore them out. 14 extra base hits in 13 career games against New York. Inside, 3-0, and you know he's got the green light. One swing of the bat, we're going home. Three balls, no strikes on the Cardinals slugger. The check on Fowler, back in safely. The 3-0 pitch and a strike. Paul with 7 home runs. Inside, that's a walk, and now the winning run in scoring position. If you're Mike Matheny, you really have to think about it now with Fowler. If he's being honest with you, is he okay to run? Do you take the chance with a Tyler O'Neill who would come in the game and obviously be healthy enough to go? The problem is you'd be 4 spots away from the pitcher's spot at that time and out of position players. Something to think about. Cold Wong is 0 for 3, and the first pitch is a strike.
I think you got a lot of options there, but I think the best option and the one he's thinking about is having Tyler O'Neill at the plate at some point if he's needed.
The 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike.
I think DeYoung had a really good at bat, especially for the bottom of the 9th. Those are the pitches that he was swinging at in Chicago, and a little bit before that racking up those strikeouts.
Here's a 1-1. Pulled foul.
It's another good chance for Colton right here. 2 strikes. Just to put the ball in play, make something happen. See if he can't hit the ball hard anywhere on the field.
Fowler, the winning run at second base. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Inside corner, missed. The last 2 innings, the Cardinals have 5 base runners. The first 7 against DeGrom, a total of 4. Syndergaard was dominating this Cardinal lineup. And now maybe the biggest pitch in this game is right here. 3-2. Runners at first and second. And the next to Colton Wong. Little flare out to shallow left. And the catch is made. It's Greg Garcia. He started a rally back in the 8th, reaching on an error by Rosario. Garcia hits it sharply to first. There's Gonzalez, flip to Lugo. And we have extra innings for the second time in this series. Cespedes today, RBI double back in the first, reached on an error, also an infield hit. A sac fly and an RBI. And the first pitch is taken for a ball. Underway here in the 10th inning. 0 for 2 with a pair of strikeouts against the Cardinal right-hander. Two balls and no strikes. The Mets are 3-0 in extra innings this year. The Cardinals 1-2. Line shot to Garcia at third.
Wow. Little self-defense. Sinking liner.
Man, does he hit the ball hard.
It's the thing with the righty hitting the ball at you at third. The ball's coming back at you. And going down.
Here's Cabrera. 0 for 4. Twice grounded out to second. Popped out, foul territory, and flied out to right. And there's strike one. The Cardinals looking ahead to the bottom of this inning have Yadier Molina, then the pitcher spot Gregerson and Tommy Pham. So more than likely Molina, O'Neill, and Pham. Popped up. Out to center. Pham battling the sun and makes the catch. 2 away.
Tell you what, Tommy Pham does something that you don't see a lot. You get the ball in the sun. See how he changes the side? Like he could have easily kept running and following that ball into left center field, but what he did was he got around the ball and changed the angle of where the ball is in relationship to the sun. That's something that doesn't get done enough, and every time you see a guy lose a ball in the sun, it's because he was just flat out lazy and didn't want to get around it. Tommy Pham did a really nice job right there, really changing the angle of where the ball is in relationship to the sky. So he gets up here. He could have kept easily keep the ball to his right, but he changed. Just by turning a little bit, you move the ball a long way.
There's a base hit for Jay Bruce with 2 outs here in the top of the 10th. The second hit for Bruce. And here's Todd Frazier, hit by a pitch back in inning number 6. He struck out, grounded out, and popped out. Very good power at the plate. Strike one.
Good pitch right there, down and in. Right on the edge of the strike zone. This is a changeup.
Garcia guarding the line at third in the 0-1. That time he went with the slider.
That he did. See that take that swing on that slider twice today. This ball's up. He kind of wants to start to swing at it, and then weird because your mind's playing tricks on you. You see the slider up and you think, oh, it's hanging. Then you try to get out of the way just to hit it. It just goes right on by you.
And now the 0-2 pitch from Gregerson. Spoiled. The 0-2 pitch.
Another slider away.
Spoiled again by Frazier. Well, you do anything as a hitter, don't you? Just to 2 strikes, you protect, do anything you can to stay in there.
It's a perfect example of the difference between the ball going away from you and then when the ball comes into you. So when the ball's going away from you, you can still reach and extend and flick. There's no possible way, if the ball's coming into you, to speed up or pull your hands in or to get around enough to pull the ball foul. That's why it's so important to be able to pitch in.
The 0-2. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The next now to Todd Frazier. Stayed away again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So he's going with that slider. 4 consecutive pitches. And he stayed away, away, away. Do you think about coming in with this pitch? We'll see. The 2-2. Broken bat and a base hit into center field. Bruce racing to third. It's a good at bat there by Todd Frazier.
It really was. It just, so I'm talking about fouling those pitches off, being able to extend your at bat. Then you buy yourself a pitch up in the zone and just squeak it out to the outfield for a base hit.
Brings in Adrian Gonzalez. Bruce's home run on Tuesday night was with 2 outs in the 10th inning. And this time his 2-out single gets the Mets going. And now John Gant starts to throw.
I'll tell you, this meeting right here, Danny, is because Adrian Gonzalez can cover so much plate, and a base hit could be the end of the game here. So got to go through all the chances and possibilities and see what you want to do with them, because he could just as easily take one out of right field or bloop one into left or hit a base hit up the middle. So he's one of these guys that you don't want to face in game-ending situations. There's some guys you don't mind, swing and miss guys. This guy's one of those guys that can put the ball in play from anywhere, high, low, in, out. You got to be a little bit more careful.
I think about all his base hits to left field.
In all different ways, off the barrel, off the end, jam shots.
Mets 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position today. Part of that conversation may have been too is that don't give in to Adrian Gonzalez. You've got a base open, that's at second. If you'd rather deal with Conforto, might be part of the conversation.
If you get too far behind trying to make a good pitch, yes, go ahead and not give in.
Here's a 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes as Gregerson stares back into the home plate umpire. Hitters count 2-0. Molina may set up way outside. No, he stays there. Gregerson got the first 2. A line out by Cespedes. Cabrera, lazy fly to center, then back-to-back hits. Singles by Bruce and Frazier. 3-0 on Adrian Gonzalez. And he gets the call there.
There's nothing more frustrating as a hitter than to have that pitch called a strike. You know they're pitching around you. They don't throw the ball on the plate, and the umpire still gives them off the plate when they're trying to walk in. Now he's opening the door to make some pitches.
He's up and in, and now the bases are loaded. The Mets today, they have stranded 8 coming into this inning. So it's the switch hitting Lobaton, who's 1 for 4 in the series. Two our score, bases loaded, and a ball. Jose Reyes has moved to the on deck circle. Jerry's Familia up for the second time today in the Mets bullpen. Matt Bowman has joined John Gant in the Cardinals pen. The 1-0 pitch to Lobaton. 2-0. Molina wants to visit here. 2 balls and no strikes. Pitch number 22 of the inning. It's a strike. The hardest pitch of the inning has been 89 miles an hour from Gregerson. The 2-1 pitch. Way inside. And all of this has been done with 2 outs. The single by Bruce. Good at bat by Frazier. His base hit to center. The walk to Gonzalez. And now a 3-1 pitch. Mets go on top. Tenth inning, game 1, Jay Bruce, home run. 10th inning of game 3, scores on a bases loaded walk. Mike Matheny waiting for Reyes to be officially announced. And now we'll see a pitching change. by Cespedes, a fly out by Cabrera, then Bruce, Frazier, back-to-back singles. Gonzalez, he walked to load him up, and then Lobaton bases loaded walk. Hit the first 2 outs on 5 pitches. Looked like he was going to cruise in this inning.
Didn't really see anything really wrong. He just a couple good at bats. Frazier's at bat was amazing. Walked Gonzalez on purpose. Just New York Mets not wanting to go away.
And so now it's Jose Reyes. And the first pitch taken for a ball. One ball and 1 strike. Reyes, a long-time Met. The 1-1 pitch puts it in play, and a ground ball that's hit to Colton Wong. Mets go back on top, and Molina leads it off when we come back. Pirates. The off day on Monday. Brief 2-game series with the White Sox. Another off day, 3 with the Cubs, and then just 2 with Minnesota, and then back out on the road. Or Chevy called to the pen, Jerry's Familia. It's Yadier Molina to lead it off. Then Tyler O'Neill, he'll hit for Matt Bowman. And Tommy Pham. Juan Lagares is taking over at center field. And there's ball 1. Molina came in. His 1 plate appearance. He struck out back in the 8th inning. There's Lagares, a former Gold Glover in center field. Molina is 3 for 6 against the Mets closer. 3 hits, 3 strikeouts. Miles Michaelis and Steven Brault tomorrow. 1 ball, 1 strike. Good pitch. 1-2 the count. And the 1-2 lifted in the air out to left. 1 away. Brings in Tyler O'Neill, still looking for that elusive first base hit in the major leagues. He does have an RBI and a sac fly. Came up with the bases loaded over the weekend against Cincinnati. Boy, tough job. Come off the bench and you're facing Jerry's Familia trying to pick up your first major league hit. The pitch to O'Neill. And strike 1.
This would be a really good time for his first hit and first home run.
Was hit by a pitch the other night. Taps it foul. 0-2. Tommy Pham. Another big day for Tommy. 3 hits. He's at the on deck circle. O'Neill in the hole. 0-2. And the next by Familia. And the Cardinals down to their final out. Tommy Pham grounded out to short. The first inning. Picked up the first Cardinal hit in the 4th off a Syndergaard. A base hit to left. He doubled in the 7th. Scored a run. And an RBI single to tie the game up at 2 back in the 8th inning. So 2 outs, nobody on. And the first pitch to Pham. Good breaking pitch. Sharp.
Good hard slider. See the catcher keep putting down the slider. He wants the slider. They're going to go with the fastball in. I don't know if that's a good call right here with Tommy Pham hitting.
Pham up the middle. Racing to first. Safe. And Tommy Pham, a 4-hit day.
Gonzalez. I love it.
And the tying run is aboard. The winning run will come to the plate. And Jose Martinez. You go back to the 8th inning and really all the way back to the 7th. The Cardinals had runners at 2nd and 3rd in the 7th, did not score. 1st and 2nd, 1 out in the 8th. A double play. Last inning, 1 out. Runners in 1st and 2nd, did not score. They've got to hope it's Jose Martinez. Tommy Pham has now reached base in 10 of his last 12 plate appearances. And the first pitch, instead a check on Pham.
Tell you that outfield is so deep. There's so many different things that can happen out there, but a guy like Tommy Pham getting a good jump, maybe even running, and a ball put in play, I think you almost have to take a chance here. Keep him running all the way around.
Martinez trying to extend it to Marcell Ozuna. Pham was kind of dancing around the bag at first base and looked like he may have been running. Tommy with 5 steals this year. Martinez is 0 for 4, 3 balls hit to short. One of those turned into a double play. Familia's allowed 18 steals since 2016, if you're wondering.
A lot of baseball people out there in this world, right, know what's going on. We talked about Larry Walker being so smart when it comes to baseball. I just got a text from him, and he said, Tommy trying to run, he needs to run in these first couple pitches. Same thing I was thinking. You got to try to get to second base if you can get a jump and the time is right, but you got to do it before Martinez has to give up too many strikes.
And the 1-0 pitch. Martinez drills it out to right center. It's at the wall, off the wall. Bam! He'll score. We're tied. Martinez delivers against Familia. 3-3 here in the 10th. That's a former Gold Glover in center in Juan Lagares. Certainly looked like he had a chance to get to this ball, but didn't make the play.
Tell you what, that's a great job by Martinez right there. He's had a lot of chances to tie or win games in the last couple days, and right there coming through has got to feel good.
And now Ozuna, he could win it. Familia, his 3rd blown save this year. The first pitch to Marcell Ozuna. Take it for a ball. So just like in the top of the 10th, a rally with 2 outs by the Mets. Cardinals do that here in the bottom half.
The reason you talk about running in that situation, even though it worked out without, is this is kind of a guy that you're not going to just string hits against over and over and over. You really got to take advantage of the opportunities.
The 1-0 pitch. Ozuna 3 for 13 against Familia with 7 strikeouts. Ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. That ball was scorched off the bat of Jose Martinez. And the 2-0 pitch to Ozuna. Oh, what a cut. Ozuna, the RBI base hit back in the 7th.
See Yachty right there just trying to get him to hit a line drive.
Outfield has to play a little bit more in with the winning run at second base. The 2-1 pitch. Grounder that's hit to short. Rosario with it, and he makes the play. Jose Martinez with the Cardinals down to their final out. This line shot off the wall to score Tommy Pham. We're tied 3-3 as we head to the 11th. back up by the Cardinals after the 3 innings from Brebbia last night. And this is our Chevy call to the pen. And Gant, his numbers from a season ago. And this year, 3-0 with a 2.25 ERA as a starter with Memphis. Position players are done for the Cardinals. They are left with Jordan Hicks and Tyler Lyons. But you do have a starter from the minor leagues, so if you need multiple innings, that should not be a cause of concern for the Cardinals in this spot with John Gant. 0-1 to Ahmed Rosario. It's popped up on the infield. DeYoung puts it away for the out. Now the Mets, they are out of position players as well. So left in the pen, Lyons, the lefty, Hicks. For Mickey Callaway, he's used Familia, Gesellman, Lugo. Last appearance for Gant was on Saturday. That was against Iowa, the AAA affiliate of the Chicago Cubs, and he went 5 innings in that game. Remember, you may recall last year he had that kind of funky delivery to the plate where he hesitated. There's a ground ball taken there by Wong. That has been eliminated. He can't do that anymore. And there's 2 quick outs. One thing he does possess is a very, very good changeup. The Cardinals, looking ahead to the bottom of the inning, have Fowler, DeYoung, and Wong coming up. A.J. Ramos, former closer with Miami, who's picked up in a trade for the Mets. And he's starting to throw. And the 1-0 pitch. Cespedes, RBI double back in the first. Reached on an error in the third. Infield hit in the 5th. Sac fly, his 2nd RBI of the day in the 7th. And lined out in the 10th. 2-1. Be careful here. The 3-1 pitch. Good changeup. Uses what they call the claw grip.
Ooh, it's really good rotation right there. That's why it's so hard to pick up. Almost looks just like a fastball.
Popped up left side. Playable for Greg Garcia. John Gant, a scoreless top of the 11th. A chance to win it again when we come back. Mounted a rally, and it started with an error by the shortstop, Ahmed Rosario. Syndergaard was still in the game. Carpenter that base hit. And Garcia wound up at third. Tommy Pham drove him in to make it 2-2. 10th inning, Tommy Pham, 2-out base hit with the Cardinals down by a run. And then this ball scorched into center. Lagares couldn't come up with it. And Pham would score. You know, Lagares and the entire outfield of the Mets playing so deep anyway, and yet did not come up with that ball.
It's funny you say that because they're playing no doubles, and what happens?
Exactly.
He gives up a double. Just happened to hit it in the right spot, the perfect spot.
Mickey Callaway, what's left for him, the lefty Blevins, Harvey, Sewald, Oswald. Good changeup there by Ramos. Fowler hit by a pitch back in the 9th inning. He's 0 for 3. We saw Oswald make his debut the other night. A lot of innings. Ramos in now. Blevins been struggling. He's more of a situational lefty, so a little concern, I'm sure, for Mickey Callaway and how you use Matt Harvey, who has gone from the starting rotation to the bullpen, and he just pitched on Tuesday night.
So if I was the manager, what makes me a little bit more uneasy than that is you really have nobody on the bench in case something happens to one of your position players.
The 2-2. It's tap foul.
I mean, you're like a foul ball off the ribs right there from putting a pitcher in the outfield.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Dexter Fowler. Fowler trying to jump on that pitch, popped up to the right side, and it's playable for Gonzalez. Paul DeYoung has reached base 3 of his 4 appearances today at the plate. A single to right. He's also doubled and walked. One ball and 1 strike. Takes a deep breath and gets back in the batter's box. 1-1 the count. Inside, 2-1.
Tell you what, his patience has changed dramatically. He's been able to just lay off the pitches inside. It's almost like he's got his plan out over the plate and sticking with it.
The 2-1 pitch. That's the pitch there. earlier in the season he would chase.
That's the pitch that the fastball inside gives you trouble. So when you get pitched in, you speed up, and that's the pitch you can't lay off because you're already trying to get out in front of a fastball. And so you don't recognize that slider in time.
Another slider here on 3-2.
I almost think you have to. You don't want to put this winning run on, but he's just throwing pretty good ones back to back right there.
The next two, the Cardinals shortstop struck him out, went with a fastball.
I think Paul was thinking the same thing. Pretty good pitch right here. Just looked like a two-seamer out over the plate. Froze him a little bit. I don't know if it ran back or just literally was thinking slider.
Here's Colton Wong, 0 for 4 today. The breaking pitch taken low for ball 1. Twice he has flied to left, once to center, and struck out. Fastball and a strike. The hitters count here, 2 balls, 1 strike on Colton Wong. Pulled the string.
Good changeup right there in a hitter's count. Hitters looking, what we talked about before, looking to win the game, trying to go deep. Got a hitter's count, and then pitcher makes a good pitch.
The 2-2. If we get to inning number 12, Mets will have Cabrera, Lagares, and Frazier. The 3-2. Change up again. The tough day for Colton Wong. Score 9 hits aside. Both team has committed an error in this game. And a strike from John Gant in his second inning of work. Call that changeup. It's the Vulcan grip with the changeup, which is a very effective pitch for Gant.
Put the Mork from Mork grip.
The Vulcan grip. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And he struck him out.
Good, well-placed fastball. Sometimes you just throw pitches that are unhittable. That's kind of in that zone right there.
Now Juan Lagares. Would have been a tough play, but a play that maybe he could have made on that ball that was hit by Martinez. The 0-1 pitch popped up. Martinez with the catch. Still learning the position, had never played first base till he got to the Cardinals. A natural outfielder, and he makes that catch on the run.
Listen to Okendo right here. Got a lot of room. Got a lot of room. Because you're right, that is a tough position right there, especially going towards the stands, away from the plate.
In time called. Here's Todd Frazier. Cardinals and Mets have played some long games in the past. 1974, 25 innings. It was a Saturday afternoon game in 2010 that went 20. And most recently, 2015 went 18 innings. The 2010 game took nearly 6 hours. 2015, it was 5 hours and 55 minutes.
You should be officially suspended for even mentioning that. Without pay.
I agree. I get it. Here's a 1-1. But you don't believe in announcer jinxes.
No, but they do.
Do you have any superstitions when you played?
Not really. I really didn't.
2-2.
I like to play games in under 3 hours.
Don't see that very often anymore.
Ever.
The 2-2 pitch.
Talk about those long games. I had a day off in Miami one time and went in the 8th inning. Played 20.
I was there.
I played a little bit more than the game. A little bit more than I was my share.
Little squibber, and it's handled. Fernando Vina got the game-winning RBI. In that game, he was 0 for 9 until that at bat. Cole Sewald is the new pitcher. 10th round pick in 2012 for the Mets. He was up and down in the big leagues a season ago. He appeared in 57 games, 5 already this year. And this is our Chevy call to the pen. It's Greg Garcia to lead it off. Garcia, then Molina. The pitcher spot in Gant. Cardinals out of position players. Same could be said for the Mets. And the first pitch, Garcia lines it out to left field. And here's Yadier Molina 0 for 2 today. What was supposed to be an off day for Yadier Molina.
Yeah, your off day turned into 3 at bats.
Molina on the second pitch of the inning pops it up. 2 pitches, 2 outs. And the batter will be the pitcher, Gant. Well, you think about it from Mickey Callaway's perspective. Not only is it great to get the first 2 outs, but in 2 pitches, where you think you might have to get into some uncomfortable territory with a reliever and extend him because of extra innings. John Gant is 0 for 10 in the major leagues, but 6 for 33 in the minors. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. So left in the pen for the Mets. Blevins, situational lefty. Corey Oswalt pitched a ton the other night. You wonder about his availability anyway. And then you got Matt Harvey, who was in the starting rotation, pitched on Tuesday night. You have to be careful with Matt Harvey. You know, this would be like a side session day for him. The 2-2 pitch. And Gant puts it in play. Softly to short. And we've got lucky number 13 coming up, partner. Oh, Jimmy, it's not that bad. Come on, Jimmy. And the Cardinals in game 3 of this series, and these two teams no stranger in long games from the past. And here's Adrian Gonzalez and Gant, his 3rd inning of work, and there's a strike. Here's the 0-1 pitch and a ground ball taken on the outfield grass by Wong. 1 away. It was September 10th of 1974 that Lou Brock broke the record that was held by Maury Wills for single season stolen bases. And then the next night, the Cardinals play in 25 innings. The next night, Lou went 1 for 9. And he actually was caught stealing the next day in that 25 inning game. Here's Jose Lobaton.
Wasn't surprising anyone anymore, huh? Break a record, you're going to run.
Well, John Gant has done a really good job here for the Cardinals. 2 scoreless innings. A ball and a strike on the switch hitting Lobaton. A little bit high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Dave Schneck of the Mets in that game went 2 for 11. 11 at bats in 1 game.
It's a tough week.
Yeah. Here's a 2-2. Fouled back. A game in Miami that you were a part of, you may recall that we got on the charter to come home and had then to sit on the tarmac because of the rules of pilots and the flight attendants. They had to switch them out.
I was so tired after that game and so frustrated, I went and had my stuff pulled off the truck, and I went to Edgar Renteria's house and spent the day and a half in Miami.
It's a pretty good trip.
Then the 2 of us flew back the morning of the game after the day off.
The 2-2. 3-2. So Vigna 0 for 9 and then the base hit.
Gosh, can't even.
To win that game.
Long game.
There's a 3-2 pitch by Gant. Hit out of play.
And I don't think it was very cool either.
It was not. It was a steamy
warm day.
Yeah, it rained right before. That's no surprise in Miami. And then it got just hot and steamy and sticky. It's another 3-2 pitch. In the air out to center. And Pham is there to make the catch. Well, we talked about it earlier. Gant pitched 5 innings on Saturday at Iowa, the Cubs AAA affiliate. And 2 outs. Paul Sewald.
What are the chances you send a guy out because he threw 3 innings? Bring a guy in and he throws 3 innings the next day.
If not more.
If not more.
I was thinking about that too. Do you
keep your bags packed?
Yeah. Do you use that shuttle again? Maybe.
Ugh.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Cardinals will have Pham, Martinez, who tied this game up, and Ozuna. 2, 3, and 4 coming up. The 1-1. Broke his bat. Slowly hit to Colton Wong. John Gant, his 3rd scoreless inning. Big bats coming up and another chance to win it when we come back. game that began as a pitcher's duel of all things, with Noah Syndergaard and Carlos Martinez. Syndergaard went into the 8th, Martinez 6 innings. Tommy Pham is 4 for 5. And Pham will lead it off for the Cardinals. He grounded out back in the 1st inning. Single to left in the 4th. A double in the 7th. RBI single in the 8th. And with 2 outs in the 10th inning and nobody on, Pham picked up a base hit and was driven in with a double off the wall by Jose Martinez. He's never had a 5-hit game. And the first pitch is strike. The pitch taken low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
See a center fielder that's been beat by a double today. Look how far he's standing back there.
That's as deep as you could play.
Not having it again. I don't know if I've ever seen anyone that deep. There was one time I played that deep when McGuire was hitting. When we came home and had the few days off from 9/11, I went and sat on the wall and waited for him to hit one out of the stadium.
Here's a 1-2. And Pham lifts it in the air down the right field line. Gonzalez giving chase. Out of play. He's never had a 5-hit game in the majors or the minor leagues. And the 1-2 pitch. Pham strikes out.
Stepping away across his body and firing it back over across the plate.
Jose Martinez had been 0 for 4 until that double with 2 outs in the 10th off the wall in center. And look at where Lagares is here. If he would have played there, and he basically was. I mean, he was fairly deep. There's a no doubles defense, but if he's there in the 10th where he's at now, he makes the catch more than likely. See, tippy-toe just a bit. That ball that hit off the wall.
Not going to get beat deep again.
And the 0-1 pitch. But you were a guy that played so far in and shallow. It really challenged a hitter to hit it over your head, and you didn't have false steps.
Well, I backed up when I knew I needed to, but
when you needed to.
Yeah.
Two strikes on Martinez. It's funny, you can see guys in this type of situation, their approach completely changes.
Trying to go deep. Want to be the hero, want to win. Need a broken bat single right here.
Stays alive, 1-2.
Or a ground ball up the middle for a double. Center fielder can't get into in time to stop you from running to second.
One ball, 2 strikes on Martinez. Ozuna at the on deck circle, 2-2. And time called. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Martinez with 3 home runs this year.
walk will do, Danny. A walk will do.
Some empty bullpens on both sides, guys that have been used. So right now it's up to Sewald and Gant. Get outs, extend the game. And a walk will do. Winning run is aboard. And now Marcell Ozuna. Mentioned earlier that he has not hit a home run since the 4-game sweep in Cincinnati. With an RBI base hit back in the 7th inning to drive in Tommy Pham. Out of play. By the way, this is the 20th game the Cardinals and Mets have played. 13 innings or longer in their history since 1962.
It's crazy that memory you have.
Here's the 0-2. Now the shadows become a factor. I'm curious, as a hitter, the catcher's shadow becomes a factor too. As a hitter, can you cheat a little bit with that shadow?
I mean, the shadow doesn't really come into play until it gets way out on the grass.
What about the catcher's shadow and where he's setting up?
Oh yeah, that could definitely help. I heard what you said, but I was looking at something else.
Yeah,
it definitely can creep in, but you only have a little window here, maybe another 10 minutes. But definitely you want to pay attention from right when you step in there.
Maybe see it move right, left.
It doesn't happen very often. It's a good pickup by you.
The 2-2 pitch to Ozuna. Boy, he's had some pitches in this game to drive. He's just a little bit off. A little bit.
There's so much grass out there. Just dump it in there.
A short lead at first, and the 2-2 pitch. Stayed away. 3-2. Fowler on deck.
Putting himself in a dangerous situation running these 3-2 counts. Do you throw that slider again? You take that chance of throwing a fastball.
Ozuna up the middle, base hit. Martinez get to third. Oh, and he doesn't take that chance. As deep as Lagares was playing, he stops at second base. Well, the Cardinals had an opportunity. Remember the other night, Matt Carpenter at first base in a ball that was a sinking soft liner on Tuesday that did not take third base, and it cost him. Here's Dexter Fowler, the winning run in scoring position. hit by a pitch back in the ninth. Struck out twice. Fly to center and also popped out. He could win it here in the 13th. The 0-1. Fowler, base hit into right. Martinez being waved in. Throw to the plate. He is saved, and the Cardinals win it in lucky number 13.
Look at this celebration. Think they're not ready to go home? It was a long one, Danny, but it was a good win, especially with no Syndergaard on the mound today and the way that he threw.
Cardinals were down to their final out in the 10th, and Martinez would drive in Pham. Dexter Fowler here in the 13th, our Budweiser play of the game, a base hit into right, and Jose Martinez scores the winning run. What a ball game. Over 4 hours, but the Cardinals will take it in 13 innings. And they win the series as they take 2 of 3 against the New York Mets. The Budweiser play of the game coming up, the post-game show. And in just a moment, Jim will have the chance to visit with Dexter Fowler. Matter of fact, he's got him right now. Jimmy, take it away.
Dexter Fowler wins it with a walk-off. You ran. You did not want to get hit by that water.
No, they got me last time. Last time we walked the ball, they got me. Colton got me, so I was looking out for it this time.
Take us through that at-bat 0-1 pitch. You get some on the inside part of it. All right. Something's not right about that. You blame me. You blame me.
I got away. He got me.
0-1 pitch inside part of the plate.
Yeah, got a good pitch to hit. Middle end, I mean, that guy's tough. He gets to it. He throws everything at you. And it's a good team win. You know, everybody came out, did their part. We got down. We kept fighting back, so it's awesome.
Does that say something about where this ball club is at this point in the season, the way you fought back in this one?
Yeah, for sure. We're picking each other up. You know, that's how you win games. And you know, I couldn't be happier for everybody.
Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
All right, guys. Dexter Fowler.
Jimmy, thank you. Cardinals fell behind 2-0, then 3-2. And they win it 4-3. Martinez sliding in safely. And it's off to Pittsburgh. But first, the post-game show. Missouri Lottery Cardinals Live is next.